following is a presentation of the Trojan Sports Network.
Good afternoon and welcome here to Gudekunst Field on the campus of Taylor University for the first of two doubleheaders set up for this weekend here for the Taylor softball team. First up here on this Friday afternoon, they square off with the folks from St. Francis up in Fort Wayne. First pitch time comes at a blistering 3:59 p.m. Maddie Foy in the circle for Taylor to start. She squares things off here with the second baseman, number 80, Sam Baker. Back-to-back strikes in there for Foy after falling behind 1-0. As Baker, number 80, the freshman out of Edwardsburg, Michigan. Foy, the 5'8 sophomore right-hander in her second season as a starter for the Trojans. The 1-2 chopped to the third base side and foul as Standridge gives chase. Taylor in the home white jerseys and white pants with the purple numbers, purple letters, and the purple pinstripes. Purple numbers and purple letters on the back. St. Francis in the road gray tops with the navy blue pants and the gray socks. Breaker misses away there from the righty Foy, and it's 2-2 here for the lefty Sam Baker. Baker, a .321 average with 35 hits. Chopper third base side. Scooping his Standards from third. Throws on the run high. It gets over Tannehill's head. That'll be an E5 to get the runner up to second base. And the leadoff batter is on a tight one there for Standridge to try to handle coming in from third. So it goes down as a hit, and then the error to get her over to second base, and the leadoff batter is on here for St. Francis. You can hear the wind blowing here this afternoon on the back 40 here at the Taylor campus. Bunt is shown here by Miller, and it's a strike at the plate to the righty right fielder. So Baker on with her good speed. She stands at second base, has scored 32 runs this season to lead the way for USF. Another bunt attempt from Miller. And on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike, and she's quickly down 0-2. Miller, Dowd, then Danny Carr, Bree Miller, Haley Schott, Lena Vigino, and Brooklyn McCord and Madison Minnick are the order today here for USF. Fouled off here by Miller, and it's still 0-2. Ball and 2 strikes here for Madison Miller as Foy misses away. 2 strikes on 2 bunt attempts for Miller. She sends it up the middle. There is Lehman scooping from short, fires to first for the first out, and that holds Baker over at second base to boot.
Coming up for the Cougars, number 2, Macy Dowd.
And that brings to the first baseman, Macy Dowd, the sophomore from Yorktown, Indiana. Dowd rips this one towards left field. McCurry twists, it sails over her head. One hopping to the fence. Scoring from second, standing up will be Baker. Taking her spot at second in the nick of time is a stand-up double from Dowd. And the top batter for the Cougars, who comes in at over 400, strikes here in the first. And 2 singles, or 2 base hits, I should say, have contributed to a 1-0 early lead here for USF.
Now batting number 4, Danielle Carr.
First pitch cut on by Danny Carr, the third baseman, batting out of the cleanup spot today here for USF. Defense behind Foy today, Delaney McCreary in left, Aaliyah Rastetter in center, Emery Agrees the right fielder. Third to first, after this second pitch. Up and out of play, 0-2. Madison Standridge at third, Livy Lehman the shortstop, Brooke Sanchez at second, Jersey Tannehill at first, and Delaney Barton is doing the catching here in game number 1. Macy Dowd chucks her elbow brace with a good arm with the wind at her back. From second, it carries all the way over first and ends up in the first base dugout. 0-2 pitch is away, ball 1 here to Carr. Carr follows down not just in the order, but in batting average this season at .371. Second on the team in hits with 43. 1-2. Rise ball high from Foy. Thought it was good enough for a strike. It's called for a ball here from Dave Dillon. Brian Edge is our field umpire here in game 1. The 2-2. Good attempt to frame it there from Barton, but too high and too far away. After falling behind early, Danny Carr has worked the count full here with a run home and a runner at second in the top of the first here for St. Francis with one away. Payoff on the righty-on-righty. Line drive into right center field, and this will score the second run of the day as Dowd gets the wave around from second, the throw from the outfield, and scampering in with a feet-first slide. It's another RBI double, second in a row for USF as Carr adds her name to the docket, and it's 2-0 St. Francis here with only one away in the first.
Now up for St. Francis, number 12, Bree Miller.
So two really good gap hits here for St. Francis. And the Trojans fall behind in game number 1 as Foy comes inside to Bree Miller for ball 1. Second one. Inside right back, Foy catches it out of the air. No one close enough to try to come up and double up Carr. Nicely done by Foy to snag that soft comebacker right back up middle. There are 2 gone.
Stepping in the box, number 14, Haley Scott.
Taylor fell behind early in their first game against Grace on Tuesday, in which they got run ruled 8-0 after 5. Ball away here to Haley Schott. Second one from Foy. High, 2-0 here to Schott. She's batting .312 this season. Freshman out of Leo, Indiana, just outside of Fort Wayne. 2-0. And a strike on the inner half. Good pitch to get a strike up there from Foy. Maddie with a .395 ERA, second on the team in that category and in wins. And she'll go over 100 pitches or 100 innings pitched here after this ball is caught by Sanchez at third. But 2 RBI doubles by Dowd and Carr have given St. Francis a 2-0 lead after 1/2 inning here on the Trojan Sports Network. Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland. Taylor down 2-0 here in the bottom of the first with Aaliyah Rastetter leading it off for the Trojans against Maddie Tompkins, sophomore right-hander for USF out of Versailles, Indiana. And the count evens 1-1 on an offering away here from Tompkins. 404 earned run average, just a 1-2 overall record, as she is one of the fewest used pitchers out of the 5 in the arsenal for USF here in 2024. Second or third ones away, 2-1. 1-2 record for Tompkins, 8th appearance, 5th start. She does have 2 complete games and a save on her season dance card this year. 2-1 with a little nice late action. Started off on the hands of Rastetter, came inside, clipped the corner, and it's called for strike 2 to even the count. Rastetter at .326 average this season, has played and started in all 41 games of her senior year. 2-2 here, coming back inside with more late action, but not getting the result she wanted was Tompkins. And it's a full count here for the leadoff batter in the first with Taylor down 2-0. These two teams split the doubleheader back in Fort Wayne in early March. Bouncer up the middle, Tompkins snags, turns and fires to first for the first out. Here's the defense behind Tompkins in game 1. Bree Miller in left. Lena Vigiano in center. Madison Miller in right. Danny Carr's the third baseman. Brooklyn McCord's at short. Sam Baker is the second baseman. Macy Dowd is at first. And behind the plate is Madison Minnick here for the 17-22 Cougars. Strike at the knees, taken there by Lehman. 10-16 is the USF record. They're 7th place in the Crossroads League. A game behind Goshen, but just a game up on Huntington. And more importantly for them, as Lehman gets in front of one and softly pulls it foul for strike 2. USF just 2 games up on Grace, who's in 9th place right now. Remember, it's the top 8 teams that make the Crossroads League tournament, as we have 1 week of regular season play coming up next week. Wind blows directly from left to right. 2 strikes here on Lehman. This one almost over on the first base line for ball 1. Taylor, meanwhile, 23-17, 15-11 in the league. They're in 4th, 3 games back of Spring Arbor, who will be hosting the Crossroads League tournament in 2 weeks. 1-2, back to the opposite batter's box. 2-2 for number 2, Livy Lehman. USF actually better on the road than at home this season. 9-8 away from USF, just 6-10 inside Fort Wayne. And that one clips Lehman on the knees on a 2-2, and the Trojans get a base runner on. And it brings up the best batter for the Trojans this year, Kaylee Larkin.
Stepping to the plate, number 19, Kaylee Larkin.
Larkin used sparingly a year ago. She was one of the few of that talented now sophomore bunch that didn't see as much time as the rest of their classmates a year ago, but she has made more than enough up here as a sophomore. Batting .442 and leading the team with 24 extra base hits. She goes on a changeup here, but she kept the head of the bat back. And they appeal to Brian Edge, and he says it's ball 1 here for Larkin. 12 doubles, 12 homers, including one to get Taylor going in their comeback effort to win game 2 went Tuesday here against Grace, which they won 5-4. Missing the outside part of the plate is Tompkins for the righty Larkin, 2-2. That homer for Larkin has got her slugging percentage back over 900 after the first couple of times this season. The first couple of games this season, as Larkin was confused on the sign coming in from third base and interim head coach Doug Gower, so she takes her 1 time that's allowed here in this at-bat with Tompkins. Third one, just like the first 2, missing the plate, 3-0. With Lehman at first, with 1 out, and Taylor down 2 here, their first turn at the plate of game 1. And Larkin had that slugging percentage above 1,300 back in March. Check swing on a 3-0, and it dribbles foul to the left. Both teams played on Tuesday. Taylor split the doubleheader here against Grace. Has got behind the 8 ball early in game 1, could not recover, and then won 5-4 in comeback fashion in game 2. And there's ball 4 to Larkin, and the tying runs are on here with 1 away in inning number 1.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 26, Jersey Tannehill.
The go-ahead run at the plate is one of the 3 seniors for the Trojans this year. 2 players and a student assistant coach. It's Jersey Tannehill. McKenna Ricker, the student assistant coach, and Aaliyah Rastetter, the senior we saw back to lead this inning off. Ball 1 low to Tannehill. Hit by a pitch and a walk. No hits for the Trojans here so far in the first. Tannehill trying to change that with Taylor trailing by a deuce. Late swing. Good job to take it to the opposite field there from Tannehill, and they're loaded up on the first hit of the afternoon. Tompkins with a screwball on the outside part of the plate for the lefty. Tannehill, she sat back and poked a liner through the gap on the left side of the infield, and here comes Delaney McCreary. Taylor's offense has come to life here in the bottom of the first. A get-me-over pitch to start things off here from Tompkins, and that's much needed after starting off out of the zone to both Larkin and Tannehill. McCreary, the 5'5" sophomore out of North Vernon, Indiana. Change up, high and away, ball 1. McCreary, a .255 average, 2 homers and 9 doubles. She homered here Tuesday against Grace. Golfs one up the right side. Trailing into foul territory and running out of room before it can land back down to the earth is Madison Miller, the right fielder. 2 strikes here on McCreary. It looks like there's some activity starting in the bullpen here for USF. One ball, 2 strikes. Bases full of Trojans here for McCreary. Lehman, Larkin, Tannehill. The first 2 the tying runs. Tannehill will be the go-ahead run. Low, a good eye in the dirt there from McCreary, and she's got the count even at 2-2. Bright sunshiny day here on the back 40 of the Taylor campus. The problem is the wind that's making it cooler than it looks. 2-2. McCreary looking at strike there on the outside corner. Good pitch there from Tompkins. Put it right between the letters and the belt on the corner. And there are 2 away here for the Trojans in the first.
Number 1, Madison Standridge.
So can the third baseman, Madison Standridge, come up with a 2-out hit here for TU. As they trail by 2 here in the first. Ball outside of the plate. 1-0 here for Standridge. Madison second on the team in average, tied with Lehman at .349 coming in. Low and away, ball 2. Standridge, one of the fastest players on the Trojan roster. But here they're more worried about her bat. Her 3 home runs this season as a sophomore, the first 3 of her career. 2-0. And now 2-1 with an emphatic huh from Dave Dillon behind the plate. Good job by Tompkins to start to work out that outside corner. First to McCreary and now Standridge. Base is still full here in the bottom of the first, and Taylor trailing by 2. 2-1 on the corner, but high. 3-1 with nowhere to put Standridge. And the always clutch hitting Delaney Barton on deck here for TU. Bottom of 1. A walk, a hit by pitch, and a single have got him loaded up. And an inside backdoor screwball or backdoor curveball there from Tompkins. It's called for a strike. Nicely placed there from Maddie Tompkins. 2 outs, bases full count to Standridge. Tompkins into the windup, down the middle, up into right field, drops in for a hit. Here comes Lehman, and holding up at third is going to be Larkin. Good piece of 2-strike and 2-out hitting there from Standridge. And Taylor's got to run back. They're down 2-1 with the bases still juiced.
To play for Taylor, number 22, Delaney Barton.
Both hits here in the inning have come from delayed swings that Tannehill and Standridge, Tannehill a lefty, Standridge a righty, that have sat back on and poked it out and taken what the pitchers give them, and Tompkins out towards the opposite field. Tying run is at third base in the form of Kaylee Larkin. The batters are classmate Delaney Barton, the catcher. in the turf for Tompkins, ball one. Barton, the 7th batter of the inning. 4 of them have started off like Barton, 1-0. 314 average for Barton. Has come up with clutch hits throughout her almost 2 years here in a Taylor uniform. Low below the knees. Tompkins almost got it in there for a called strike. But it's 2-0 here for 22 in white. Taylor, we mentioned the better road record for USF. Taylor 7-5 here at home. Been playing about 500 ball over the last couple of weeks. 3rd one. Too low below the knees, and Tompkins is a ball away from walking in the tying run here in the first. A 1-2 record for Tompkins this year, as we mentioned. The righty leans in and gets the sign from Minnick. The 3-0. Good backdoor action there from Tompkins, and it's called for strike one. That's been a money pitch for her against righties in the first. That backdoor curveball starts off on the batter's hip and then just comes in and clips that inside corner. Bases full, 2 away. Barton in the air towards dead center field. Going back, looking up, and this is a grand slam for Delaney Barton, and the Trojans take a 5-2 lead here with 2 away in inning number 1. Big swing there from Barton. Get the Trojans in the driver's seat for the first time today. And that one cut through the wind as well. There's a man sitting in center field that tried to catch it in his cap. He was unsuccessful in doing so, but the grand slam still counts no matter what. We tip our cap to that gentleman out there for the effort. A little something for the effort for our man out there in center.
Batting number 6, Brooke Sanchez.
So 2 away, here's Brooke Sanchez, who Kaylee Larkin during batting practice today said she was going to hit a home run. 5-2 Taylor lead, and a changeup drops in for strike one. Sanchez, the second baseman, batting out of the 8-hole here today. And all 5 runs scored with 2 outs here for the Trojans here in the first. Low for ball one to Sanchez, with Emery Agri, the right fielder, waiting on deck. 277 the average for Sanchez this season, with a double and 2 homers. Changeup misses high, 2-1. So a good bounce back here for the Trojans. 2-1. Sanchez with the count in her hands. Late swing, fouls it back to the netting, 2-2. Take a look over to the USF dugout. We see 20th year head coach Ryan Boland donning the headset that you see on the sidelines during the fall for the USF football coaching staff. We've seen this happen in baseball before with a walkie-talkie, and that's how they signal the pitch into the catcher. 2-2 to Sanchez. She fouls it off of home plate. But Boland over there doing his best Bill Belichick impersonation with the hoodie on, and the play card he puts in front of his mouth whenever he signals in the pitch to Minnick behind the plate. We've seen some folks go to the pitch comm system, which pretty much types a text message onto your wrist. Old school here for Boland as Tompkins misses high, 3-2. And on a windy day like this, you really have to hold that either pitch sheet or play calls or whatever, that laminated piece of paper close to your mouth, just try to cut down on the wind. Payoff to Sanchez with 2 outs. She swings and misses, dropped by Minnick. She'll tag her out for the final out of the inning. But an RBI single from Standridge and a dead center field grand slam from Barton give the Trojans a 5-2 lead after 1 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Siegelin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Siegelin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Vigiano.
The third home run for Delaney Barton this season, a grand slam, highlights the bottom of the first. And we'll see if the Trojans can do now, leading 5-2 with plenty of offense going in our first inning of play. Lena Vigiano, the lefty center fielder, takes a strike here from Foy. Bottom third of the order coming up for St. Francis, their second turn, with McCord and Minnick to follow. Good job by Barton to try to frame it, just a whisker high, 1-1. The two Delaneys, Barton and McCreary, were trading off last year behind the plate, but Barton has not put a nice stranglehold, being the game one starter this year for plays like that, framing one on the outside corner. Good receive there from 22 in white with the purple pinstripes. And it puts her pitcher, Maddie Foy, ahead 1-2 on Vigiano. 240 average for the lefty. That one bounces off the front edge of home plate, 2-2. Vigiano, the freshman from Leo, Indiana. She and Haley Schott, who saw back in the first, high school teammates. Nobody on here in the second. 2-2 liner just out of the reach of Standridge. Diving and cutting it off at short is Lehman. Turns and throws, but beating the throw there by a couple of steps is Vigiano. And the leadoff batter's on here for USF for the second straight inning.
Stepping into the box, number 27, Brooklyn McCord.
Standridge hugging the third base line as she should. Just a little step and a half maybe away from picking that one off the bounce. Curveball from Foy in the opposite batter's box. It's a ball to start things off for Brooklyn McCord. Tannehill and Standridge play in at the corner infield spots, anticipating a bunt potentially. McCord fouls the second offering from Foy into the glove of Barton, and the count evens. Foy spins the ball on her right hip twice. Readies in the wind. Missing high, 2-1. McCord at .247 batting average with 24 hits, 3 doubles, and 9 driven in. Fourth one, fights it off on the hands, flails over Tannehill's head into shallow right. Sanchez goes and picks it up, fires it into the infield. But everybody's safe, and they'll start bringing the tying run to the plate here for USF with 2 on and nobody away.
Now batting for the Cougars, number 7, Madison Minnick.
Good piece of hitting there from McCord as Foy jammed her on the hands and she fought it off. Was able to lift it with the wind at her back, up and over Tannehill at first. Number 9 batter is Minnick. The catcher drops down a bunt that squirts foul. Minnick, the 5'3" sophomore out of Lafayette. Tannehill and Standridge crowding in. Tannehill farther than Standridge with runners at second and first. Fought off bunt on the hands. Good pitch from Foy that dribbles foul to our left. So a couple of fouls. Foy low and away to make Minnick miss it to the right. And then coming in on the hands as she pulled it to the left. We'll see what Minnick wants to do here. And head coach Ryan Boland wants to do with 2 strikes. She swings away and lifts it towards Agri and right. She camps underneath, makes the catch, tagging and going to third. A good throw from Agri. Will not be in time. The runner stays at first in McCord. There's one away, but now runners at the corners for St. Francis as the lineup turns over.
Coming to the plate for St. Francis, number 80, Sam Baker.
So Minnick's able to do half of her job. She wanted to move both runners up with that sacrifice bunt, but could not. And we go back to the top here in Sam Baker, the lefty second baseman. Batting glove on the right hand for 80 in gray. And a screwball misses away, 1-0 for the slapping second baseman Baker. She singled to the left and advanced to second on the same play on a missed throw from Standridge. She's the tying run to the plate. Bouncer to the third base side. Standridge looks. They go to second for 1, and Sanchez wisely looks the runner back to third instead of trying to get a double play. Smart play there from the 2 sophomores, Standridge and Sanchez, 2 gone.
Coming up for the Cougars, number 3, Madison Miller.
Double plays, much harder to turn in the infield at softball than they are at baseball because of the smaller infield. But a smart play there by the Trojans. Standridge looked just over her right shoulder. Ball one here to Miller. Kept Vigiano honest at third and then fired a strike to second where Sanchez came in and covered. Miller's 0 for 1 today. Trying to start a two-out rally here for USF. Back pick down to first. Lunging back in the nick of time is Baker. 2-0 here at the plate. Good throw and good read there from Barton. 5-2 the Taylor lead with USF batting here in the top of the second. 2-0 to the batter Baker. And there's a strike on the inner half. Right on cue from Foy. Moy came in relief on Tuesday in Game 1 against Grace for her classmate Katie Kotlowski. 2-1, launched but foul. This is Foy's third appearance in relief this season. She gets the start here, and she's an out away from keeping Taylor ahead 5-2. 2-2 home to Baker. Popped up, will it stay in play? The wind blows it in. Tannehill tracks. She's called off. Lehman dives, trying to make a diving catch. And she almost went face first, or make it Sanchez, excuse me, almost went face first into the chain link fence, able to avoid that one. Someone at the end of the USF dugout was spooked by the diving attempt there from Sanchez, so much that she hasn't even come back out from the seated dugout covering. But the worst for Sanchez is that her white uniform has been muddied slightly. So no real damage done, except for if you're trying to wash that uniform tonight. Foul ball pulled to the left here from Miller. Again, a bright, sunshiny day, but wind screaming from left to right from pole to pole. 2-2 changeup, looking at strike three, and the Trojans get out of the inning with no damage done as Miller is frozen on a wonderful pitch from Foy on the outside. We head to the bottom of the second. Taylor leads 5-2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's art.
USF leaves runners at the corners in the first, still down, or in the second, excuse me, still down 3. 9-1-2 coming up for the Trojans, and their freshman right fielder Emery Agri takes a letter high strike here from Maddie Tompkins. USF Taylor dugout trying to chant Agri onto the bases. Freshman out of Iowa. Lefty against the righty Tompkins. There's that backdoor curveball that's given righties fits, and it hits the outside corner here to Agri for strike 2. Emery, a 128 average here as a freshman, trying to end the regular season on the high note. 0-2, good eye from the youngster. Taylor, pretty good two-strike approaches back in the first. It helped them kickstart a 5-run, 2-out rally. Tompkins bouncing the fourth one in short, and the count levels at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 from Tompkins. Agri fights it off, little flare left side, but right to the shortstop McCord, and there's one gone.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 16, Aaliyah Rostetter.
We go back to the top of the order here, and one of the 2 seniors on the Trojan, the roster, Aaliyah Rostetter. Easy enough for me to say. This is just fascinating watching Ryan Boland with that headset onto the USF dugout. Strike one here to Rastetter. He actually covers his entire face up with that card. Not even sure if he'd be able to see. He covers it up so much right under the bill of that cap. Backdoor curveball, upper part of the zone, called for strike two. And when Tompkins has needed a strike, that's what she's gone to here this afternoon. Nobody on, one out, bottom of the second. Taylor leading 5-2. The difference right now is that Barton grand slam an inning ago. 2 strikes on Rastetter. And there's ball one. Low and away here from Tompkins. Already a bevy of pitches here for Tompkins. She dealt 41 of them in the first. Here comes number 50 with one away in the second. Late action as it dives down and also came back in a little bit on that outside corner. A wonderful pitch there from Tompkins. Her second strikeout, both looking. 2 outs for Taylor here in the second for Lehman. And time is called here as head coach Ryan Boland comes out into the circle. Has taken the headset off to chat here with Tompkins. As Lehman and Larkin talk with their head coach Doug Gower on the third base side of things. Wind has shifted now out towards center field, which is a good thing for Lehman. Bad news if you're trying to pitch to her. So again, that pitch comm system does not, or the headset at least, does not go out towards the pitcher, whereas the comm system, the one with the wristband that kind of types out like a text message, can be relayed to the pitcher and to the rest of the infield as well. That's what the Taylor baseball team does. Everybody that's in the field defensively wears one of those. And in our conversation with Justin Barber, the Taylor pitching coach on the baseball side, he said you can type out a message trying to relay something to the pitcher or even to someone in the field as well, but mainly to the pitcher. Ball one low to Lehman. Livy 17 doubles this year, 5 away from tying her single season record she set last year as a freshman. 2-0, this one in the opposite batter's box. Not easy sledding here for Tompkins. She's dealt with Rastetter 0 for 2 this afternoon. That's not an easy task. And then you have Lehman and Larkin, 2 of the top 3 batters for the Trojans this year. 3-0 from last year's co-newcomer of the year in the Crossroads League. Liv scored on the Standridge single last inning. Tries to get on here with 2 outs. First 3 out of the zone, and now 4. A walk for Lehman. She's been on twice.
Number 18, Kaylee Larkin.
And if you're USF, do you entertain the idea of just walking Larkin here and trying to get to Tannehill? Now remember, Jers does have had the first hit of the day for the Trojans. So we'll see what Tompkins and USF wants to do here. They throw it, but low and away from Larkin. Wind has meandered its way back, going pole to pole, left to right. But with Larkin's strength, that shouldn't be too hard of an issue trying to hit it through the teeth of the wind. Second one from Tompkins. Same spot, same result. 2-0, low and away. Tannehill's no slouch in the power category as well if Larkin would get on. Sits on a changeup that almost clipped the outside corner. 3-0. And it looks like the approach here from head coach Ryan Boland was to essentially intentionally walk Lehman and Larkin here with 2 outs, and the wind's starting to pick up now. Out towards right center. 3-0, that one way away. So back-to-back 2-out walks, and so Tompkins and her head coach Boland want to go 1-on-1 with Tannehill. Or do they? As time is called, as Boylan walks out of the dugout, it looks like a pitching change might be imminent here for USF. We will step aside and introduce you to the new St. Francis pitcher. That's next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
New pitcher in for St. Francis is their right-handed junior out of Jasper, Indiana, Mia Werner. She appeared in Game 2 on Tuesday at Mount Vernon. She comes into a tight spot here, 2 outs and 2 on, with Jersey Tannehill at the plate. Taylor in front 5-2. Wind still blows softly out towards right center. And this one comes back on the outside half. Good backdoor curveball from Werner for a called strike. Warner takes over for the starter Tompkins, who goes an inning and 2/3. Walked 3, hit 1, and gave up the 5 runs last inning. Back to the screwball this time is Warner. It is in the opposite batter's box, and a ball and a strike here for Tannehill. Juror sat back on a screwball, poked it through the left side last inning to load the bases with only 1 away. 1-1 here. Up and high, 2-1 with McCreary waiting on deck. There's a pop out and a strikeout to start things here in the second. Then Lehman walked on 4 pitches and Larkin followed the same. Taylor tries to build on their 3-run advantage here in the second. 4th one from Warner, low screwball, 3-1. Much more velocity here for Warner than we saw from Tompkins. There's only gotten 1 across the plate here against Tannehill in her first at-bat out of the pen. Wind aiding the lefty Tannehill out towards right. 3-1 offering. Coming back across the heart and fouling it just underneath, and a sly look on Tannehill's face, knowing that was one to get up and drive. Was too far underneath, and the count is full. Taylor tries not to waste a 2-1 out opportunity here in the second. They were 2 for 2 last inning to start with 2 outs. Standridge and Barton drove in those 5 runs. Payoff to Tannehill. She goes after one and gets a piece of it, just sneaks it over the netting. And the count remains full. Taylor Duggan on the third base side, trying to rally Tannehill onto the bases. Warner trying to get out of here with no damage done. Payoff pitch, it's low in the dirt, and the bases are full with 3 straight 2-out walks, and that brings up McCreary.
Stepping to the plate, number 18, Delaney McCreary.
So 4 free passes allowed by USF pitching here today. And McCreary steps up for the second time. A 5-2 Taylor lead, their second turn of the plate here in game 1. Low and in on the screwball, ball 1. McCreary struck out looking back in the first to get Taylor to 2 outs. A grand slam from Barton, the difference right now. Screwball too far inside, but the base is full of Trojans here for McCreary. Again, Agri popped out, Rastetter struck out looking. Then it was back-to-back 4-pitch walks to Lehman and Larkin. The pitching change, out Tompkins, in Werner. And a walk to Tannehill has loaded him up for the second time here today. 2-0, low and in, 3-0 with nowhere to put McCreary here in the second. Taylor ahead by 3. They're trying to extend it here. Count squarely in the hands of McCreary at 3-0. And there's a looking strike just at the knees to make it 3-1 on the inner half. career, a .255 average, trying to get her first hit here of the doubleheader. 3-1, almost hit her in the knees. That's a bases-loaded walk, and the Taylor lead goes to 4, with Lehman coming in from third.
Now batting, number 1, Madison Standridge.
Time is called as the USF infield huddles up in the circle around Werner. Standridge, the batter here for the Trojans. We look into the dugout. We do not see USF head coach Ryan Bolin. Now he appears. Headset not on for the boss. Is applying some chapstick, which is appropriate on this windy day. And the base is full for the Trojans, and Standridge, whose RBI single got the scoring going last inning with 2 away, trying to duplicate that here in the second. Almost hit her in the knees as she scoots back for a ball. This one hit high as Miller's underneath and makes the catch for the third out. But Taylor pushes across their 6th run thanks to a bases-loaded free pass. We're off to the third. Taylor ahead 6-2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health, great care from great people.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Macy Dowd, the first baseman, lines the first offering of the third into center field. And USF gets a leadoff base runner for the 3rd straight time to start the game as they trail by 4.
Stepping to the plate, Danielle Carr.
So Dowd now 2 for 2 with a double and a single. She and Carr combined for the back-to-back RBI doubles in the first to get USF out front 2-0. Before the Trojans threw a 5 spot up there in the bottom half of the inning. Ball 1 to start to the aforementioned Carr as a turkey vulture flies overhead. Inside part of the plate called for strike 1. Good screwball there from the righty Foy. Wind picks up out towards the right field foul pole. Zooming it in up high, nicely done by Foy with a backdoor pitch called for strike 2. Started it off at the shoulder of Carr, then brought her into the zone with a backdoor curve. Leadoff single as Dowd at first with USF down by 4. 1-2, hammer to the left side. Charging as Lehman from short. She'll go across to first, and they get Dowd by about a step and a half. 1 away as as Carr's out at first. Dowd moves up to second.
Stepping to the plate is number 12, Bree Miller.
Not enough pace after it left the bat there from Carr for Lehman to try and turn 2. And the batter's the left fielder, Bree Miller. High, ball 1. In on the hands, nicely dealt by Foy for a called strike one to level the count. St. Francis has out-hit Taylor today 6-3, the difference being the grand slam from Barton. Third one just misses up high. Foy, a little bit of an exhale there behind her mask. Miller's 0 for 1. She lined it softly back to Foy in the circle for out number 2 in inning number 1. This to the left side with pace to Lehman. She scoops to third base, and Standridge will tag out Dowd, who backpedals and tried to get away. Tight one there by the Trojans. The sophomore left side of infield connects. And there are 2 gone here on the fielder's choice.
Stepping to the plate, number 14, Haley Scott.
So still a runner on, but Foy trying to throw up her second 0 in a row here in game 1. Change up to shot on the outside part of the plate, but too far away. And it's ball 1 to start. Last names on the back of those gray uniforms for USF here this afternoon in the blue font type. It's called strike on the inside part of the plate. 1-1. Shot lined out to Sanchez at second to end the first. This one above the letters. Throw down to first on the back pick, and diving back in time is Miller. Barton not afraid, trying to keep an eye on those USF runners at first. Strike percentage for Foy today at 65%. USF's pitching staff just above 40. Good backdoor screwball comes inside, and Foy gets an upstairs strike called to make it 2-2. Top of the third, 2 outs, 1 on. Barton tried to frame it on the outside corner, could not, and the count has run full. Six to 2 the deficit for USF. They try to avoid dropping their 3rd game in a row. Payoff pitch inside, looking at strike 3. His shot as she tried to crouch on the zone. It was dropped by Barton. She throws to first just to make sure. And the second strikeout of the afternoon for Foy brings a scoreless top of the 3rd. 6-2 Trojans after 2.5 here on TSN. Biggest hit of the afternoon belongs to the young woman that leads things off in the bottom of the 3rd for Taylor, Delaney Barton. Taylor out front 6-2. Mia Warner starts her off with a strike. That's the first full inning of work here for Warner after replacing Maddie Tompkins, the starter, last inning. Barton smacked one to dead center field, a grand slam that flipped a 2-1 deficit into a then 5-2 Taylor lead. She grooves one here towards right center field, trying to get another long ball out of the reach of a running Vigiano. Barton hustling around first, throw comes in, cut off, and DB's in there with a stand-up double to start off inning number 3. So the Trojans have 2 extra base hits today. They belong to the Deuce there at second. And a pinch runner coming to get her. It'll be Emily Guthrie, the freshman.
Pinch running is number 32, Emily Guthrie. And coming up for the Trojans is number 6, Brooke Sanchez.
Barton with her third double of the year to go along with her third home run. Symmetry always important. Let's take a look at other scores around the Crossroads League. Only one final. Goshen, a 1-0 win over Mount Vernon Nazarene at home. Ball one to Sanchez, up and away. Other only score we have from out of town across the county, Indiana Wesleyan leads Bethel 3-0 at home. Sanchez 0 for 1, trying to move Guthrie around, who pinch runs at second. Low screwball makes it 2-0. Brooks struck out, looking on a drop third strike to end the first. Second batter here in the third with Taylor ahead 6-2. Sanchez shows bunt. Guthrie well off of second base and can take her time going back with both Baker and McCord running to first and third base respectively from second and short. No one was coming back as she tried to entice a throw there from Minnick. 3-0 for Sanchez, nobody out. Inside, called for a strike on the letters. Wind from left to right picks up in pace on this middle 50s afternoon. The 3-1 to Sanchez. Missing inside on a screwball. That's a no-out walk. 2 on here for Agri.
Stepping in the box, 14, number 3, Emery Agri.
6 walk allowed today by the USF staff. And Agri up for the second time. 2 on the pond here for Warner to deal with. Agri lefty shows a bunt, first base side, nicely placed. Dowd comes in, picks and fires. Baker, the second baseman, comes in, but the sacrifice works to perfection by Agri, moving Guthrie to third, Sanchez to second, and takes us back to the top in Rastetter.
Now batting for Taylor, number 16, Elio Rastetter.
1 away, second and third for the home side. SD looks to score for the third inning to start off game number 1. Righty on righty. Rastetter hits this one, and this is a no-doubter towards deep left field. It is high, it is far, and it is gone. A 3-run blast for Rastetter as the Trojans take a 9-2 lead here with 1 away in the third. First home run of her senior season for Rastetter. And the Trojans pouring it on here in game 1. Into the teeth of the wind to boot there for Rastetter. And a pitching change coming on here for USF. It'll be Alexa Huth coming on next here for the for USF on the Trojan Sports Network.
Proceeding has been a presentation of the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can...
So Alexa Huth, third pitcher used here in game 1 as the Trojans lead by 7, 9-2. Thanks to a 3-run home run for Rastetter, and a low strike here starts things off for Lehman. Huth, the right-handed sophomore out of Fort Wayne. A 4.15 earned run average, but a 2-6 record. She pitches without a mask. Lehman swings through a high heater there from Huth for strike 2. Three plate appearances for Lehman, a hit by pitch and a walk. The 0-2 blisters in with great pace here from Huth. And it's ball 1, low and away. Top velocity we've seen from a USF pitcher here this afternoon. Her 16th appearance, her 8th out of the pen. 4th one to Lehman. High and away, trying to take a little bit off of that one, and the count evens at 2-2 to number 2. 1 out, that was the sacrifice bunt from Agri. And then Rastetter hit one through the wind to left center field for her first homer of the year. Nobody on, 1 away, Taylor ahead by 7. The 2-2 to Lehman. Golfs it in the air towards right field, but right at Miller, who reaches up and stabs it out of the sky for out number 2.
Batting, Kate Larkin.
Two away for Lehman. Or 2 away for Larkin, excuse me. The Trojans 2 for 4 here this afternoon with 2 away. Fastball low, ball 1. And Larkin has gotten on twice, just like Lehman, her on 2 free passes. She scored on, jogged home on the Barton Grand Slam back in inning number 1. 1-0 makes it 2-0, off speed up and away in this righty-on-righty matchup. We're in the bottom of the 3rd. Taylor is struck for more runs. They have scored in all 3 innings so far today, and they lead 9-2. 2-0 fastball hits the knees on the outer half, called for strike 1. The fastball has not been a problem for Huth coming out of the pen. It's been the off speed that has been up and away to both Lehman and now Larkin. 4th offering here, low, that Larkin chases and chops down, and it's 2-2. An all-home week for the Trojans. Here Tuesday against Grace. Wednesday's game, doubleheader against Marion got rained out. Here today and here tomorrow. 2-2. Larkin checks on one just high, and the count is full. The DP, Kaylee Larkin, the Trojans' top batter this season, and a surefire all-Crossroads League pick when those votes start happening in about 2 weeks or so. Payoff pitch. Larkin goes after it and scoops it foul. Taylor Duggar trying to get Larkin on the bases here and bring up Tannehill for the 3rd time. Here's the 7th one from Huth. And Larkin hits it high and deep. And this one is going to get off the bottom of the fence as Vigiano jumped and almost hauled it back in, but Larkin scampers in with a 2-out double, her first hit of the afternoon, and the bottom of the 3rd rolls on. Six hits for the Trojans today, 4 extra base knocks. As Taylor head coach Doug Gower calls time from the 3rd base box. So he might be getting a pinch runner in here for Larkin at 2nd base. Tannehill the batter here for TU. And it'll be Meg Stanley coming in to run at 2nd for Taylor.
Pinch running is number 27, Meg Stanley. 27. Batting for Taylor, number 26, Jersey Tannehill.
Her father, Bruce, watching on from his normal lawn chair. This time he is situated behind the left field foul pole. Hood on, trying to stay warm as Bruce out there in left. And here's Jersey Tannehill. Lefty first baseman is Huth, able to pop the outside part of the plate. The heart of the order has been good today for the Trojans. Lehman started off getting on base twice. Larkin has gotten on 3 times, and Tannehill has gotten on twice with a single and a walk. This one will be another single up the middle. Stanley getting the wave around from third from Coach Gower. Throw comes in from Vigiano in the outfield. Throw cut off. Nobody there covering first. Tannehill's got to hurry back. She dives, and she got tagged down on the back as Dowd beats her back there, but it's an RBI single for Tannehill. And the Trojans now lead by 8 after 3 innings of play here on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Two defensive subs for the Trojans. Emily Guthrie remains in after she pinch ran for Delaney Barton in inning number 3. She stays in to catch. And Maddie Schultz comes in and replaces Agri in right field. And that is the 2 defensive changes for the Trojans as they lead by 8, 10-2 here over St. Francis. 2 wins by Taylor today would give them the season series over the Cougars after they split the 2 games in Fort Wayne back in March. Ground to the right side. Sanchez backs a late hop. She stabs it on her wrist and able to fire over to Tannehill for the first out. Tough play there that Sanchez made look easy.
Stepping to plate, number 27, Brooklyn McCord.
First time that Lena Vigiano's been retired today as Foy traverses through the order for the second time. She squares off with the shortstop McCord. Off speed, down the middle for a called strike. McCord's 1 for 1. She and Vigiano went back-to-back singles to start things off in the second, but Foy has kept USF at bay. A bouncer to the right side. Sanchez fields and fires. 2 to her, 2 outs here in the 4th.
Out for St. Francis, number 7, Madison Minnick.
After those 2 runs came through from Dowd and Carr in the first, only 1 runner has gotten to third base here for USF. 2 away, nobody on for Madison Minnick. Up the middle, off the glove of Foy, redirects it back to Lehman. She throws to first, but Minnick too fast, and she's there in time for a 2-out single. Softly back of the middle, went off the end of Foy's mitt. Just didn't have enough pace to bounce it over to Lehman, the shortstop, on the fly. So a 2-out hit for USF. It's their first one with 2 away this afternoon. And it turns the lineup over to the top and Sam Baker. Foy with a screwball on the curveball, excuse me, on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike to the slapping lefty Sam Baker. She's gotten on twice. A single in the first, advanced on an error, and then reached on a fielder's choice. Chops it back up. Foy knocks it down nicely, turns and gets the out at first for another scoreless inning. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Taylor leads by 8, 10-2 over St. Francis here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University athletics. Greeks Pizzeria, it's our taste.
First filling of work for Alexa Huth, 99 in gray. And she'll zip one up and away as Delaney McCreary, the Taylor left fielder, leads off the bottom of the fourth. Taylor is already into the run rule portion of things. They just need 3 outs when we get to the top of the fifth to secure that, but would like a little extra breathing room to play with. As McCreary golfs the 1-0. Foul territory, still some room to work. Dowd reaches back and makes the catch beyond her left shoulder as she makes it in front of her own dugout. Good job there by her mates to help her figure out where she was as a walking GPS beyond that fence. Second time McCreary has been retired today. She brought home her own with a bases loaded walk in the second. And turns it over to Standridge, the third baseman. Down the middle, taken for a strike is one and White. Taylor was down 2-0 with the bases, with 2 on the bases, back in the first and trailing by 2. Before Standridge's single is their first hit of the day, brought home their first run, and that kicked the door down, or started to chip away at the door, and then Barton kicked it over with the grand slam in the first. Second one for a strike to Standridge. Taylor ahead by 8. Up and away, 4-1 here to Madison. Colleen Carter was her defense a year ago. She was named at all crossroads to the honorable mention pick. But coming into the day, was tied for second on the team in batting average with Lehman at 349. Opposite plate, opposite batter's box, 2 and 2. Standridge with her single has a little bit more breathing room probably over Lehman, who's 0 for 1 today. Wynn picks up with 1 out, nobody on. Lehman, or right through and knocking it over was Huth. Scooped up and not able to beat the speedy Standridge there was Baker. Again, Huth not wearing one of those protective masks that you pretty much see every softball pitcher have now. She made the catch on a screamer above her head. It took the glove almost completely off of her hand. But a 2 for 3 afternoon for Standridge has got a Trojan on with 1 away for Guthrie.
Now batting for Taylor, number 32, Emily Guthrie.
Here's Guthrie. Standridge takes off. She is flying into second base, and she is in for another swipe. Standridge, 22 stolen bases this season, and she flew from first to second. Here's Emily Guthrie batting for the first time today, the new catcher. Bouncer to the right side. Staying down on it is Baker. 4-3 put out. 2 away, moves Standridge to third.
Coming to the plate for TU, number 6, Brooke Sanchez.
2 outs here for Brooke Sanchez. Trying to continue Taylor's strong performance today with 2 outs here in game 1. Fights one off in the hands towards the end of the USF dugout, and that sent a USF assistant coach falling back on one of the plastic bins in the dugout. She was well protected behind the chain link fence, but it was coming her way, and she leaned back and then lost her balance. Those things are not easy to sit on. Second one is low. Count evens 1-1. Brooks 0 for 1. Walked and scored on the Rastetter homer last inning. 10-2 Taylor lead. They've scored every inning here so far here in game 1. Third one was at the belt but too far off the plate away from the righty Sanchez. 2 balls and a strike. Now 3-1. With Maddie Schultz waiting on deck for TU, the junior out of Bloomington, Indiana. Sanchez trying to get on for the second straight at-bat. She's got Standridge at third. 3-1 to the right side. Staying down is Baker. She fields, and that's a second baseman on second baseman crime. For out number 3, Taylor leaves a runner stranded. We head to the 5th. Taylor 3 outs away from a run rule triumph here in Game 1 on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Defensive sub for the Trojans, Meg Stanley stays in and plays left field after appearing earlier in this contest as a pinch runner.
Leading off the top of the 5th, number 3, Addison Miller.
As Maddie Foy tries to wrap up this Game 1 win, she's got to face the heart of the order, Miller, Dowd, and Carr, but Taylor leading by just 8. Launched up the left field line, curling foul. Good swing there from Miller. She's 0 for 2 this afternoon with a ground out and a strikeout. Taylor has scored 7 runs off of two of their 8 hits, A Barton grand slam in inning number 1, 3-run shot from Rastetter in the 3rd, which is who Stanley replaces out there, replacing McCreary in left. Line drive to right, Schultz comes in, makes the catch on a liner, and there's 1 out here in the 5th. Nice job by the junior Schultz.
Batting for the Cougars, number 2, Macy Dowd.
Taylor got run ruled in Game 1 Tuesday. They're trying to flip the script here against USF here on Friday. After Grace had them down early and often, up and in, and a called strike 1 here on the hands to Dowd. She's been USF's best batter today, 2 for 2, with a double and a single. Off the end of the bat, bouncing, nice bat, can't stop Sanchez, over to first for the 2nd out. Sanchez has been tested multiple times today, and she's passed every time.
For St. Francis, number 4, Danielle Carr.
Taylor an out away from a run rule Game 1 victory as Danny Carr stands in their way. Carr's 1 for 2 this afternoon. To the 3rd base side, Standridge has a bounce off of her arm. She picks it up, fires to first, and Carr gets in there by about a half a step. And the game rolls on here with a runner at first and 2 away. So an error on Standridge, her 2nd one today, as his hit right to her just kind of skimmed up and rolled off of her wrist and her forearm. And Carr's there at first, and here's Bree Miller. Too far inside from Foy for a ball. Still an out away are the Trojans from ending Game 1 early as they lead 10-2. Coming back and finding the zone. Back on the inner half is Foy. 1 ball, 1 strike. As someone has found a pretty nice spot out there in right field. They have climbed up and sitting on top of the concrete slabs out there in right. Line drive to the gap in left center. Stanley has to let it bounce in front of her. It squirts by her towards the track. Carr's going to go from first to third. And it's a 2-out double here for Bree Miller. And now USF is a base hit away from extending our game to the bottom of the 5th.
Stepping to the plate is number 14, Haley Scott.
8th hit of the afternoon for USF. First one for Miller on the 2-bagger. Her 7th one of the season. Now it's Haley Schott, the DP, trying to get that much-needed third run here for St. Francis. Handcuffing her inside is Foy, as shot limboed and weaved and bobbed. Good screwball there from Foy. Shots 0 for 2 today. Bouncer, Foy stabs it inside the circle, turns and fires to first, and that is the third out. So the Trojans get tested in the top half of the 5th inning, but they don't blink as they win game 1 in run rule fashion in 4.5 innings by a 10-2 final. Maddie Foy picks up the win. She moves to 9-6 on the year. Maddie Tompkins takes the loss. She falls to 1-3. The Trojans overall 24-17, 16-11 in the Crossroads League. St. Francis falls to 17-23, 10-17 overall. Line score today looks like this for the Trojans. 10 runs on 8 hits, 2 errors. St. Francis 2 runs on 8 hits, and they had no errors. We'll be back in about 25 minutes for Game 2. That's next here on the Trojan Sports Network. Welcome back here to Gudekunst Field on the campus of Taylor University
Off for the Cougars is number 80,
as we
Sam
get ready
Baker.
for game number 2 here from the back 40 of the Taylor campus. Taylor winners game number 1, 10-2 in 5. Mackenzie Noah gets the ball here in game 2 as the Trojans go for the doubleheader sweep and the season series win against St. Francis. An opening pitch and a strike comes in at 5:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to Sam Baker, the lefty second baseman from Noah. Baker, the only lefty in the order in game 1. Same thing here in game 2, and Noah able to dot up the outer half, and she goes ahead 0-2. Noah, the Taylor's top pitcher for the second year in a row. 11-5 overall record for the junior, appearing in her 24th game, starting her 19th. A 3.36 earned run average. And she starts off with a 3-pitch strikeout here to Sam Baker, fooling the slap hitter.
Now batting number 3, Madison Miller.
Noah could not have asked for a better start here to game number 2. Defense behind her, Delaney McCreary in left, Aaliyah Rastetter in center, Emery Agri, the right fielder, Madison Standridge at third, Livy Lehman at short, Brooke Sanchez at second, and Jersey Tannehill's at first. Hannah Pack is doing the catching, and it's 4 strikes here to start things off here for Mack. So Pack, the only different starter that we had from game number 1 as she takes over for Barton, and Madison Miller is the DP. She's the right fielder in our opener. She swings and misses, and that's 5 pitches and 5 strikes out of the gate here for Noah. This one on a swing and a miss. Miller was 0 for 3 in our first game today. Ground out, fly out, strikeout, 0-2, and lines this one foul up the third base and left field side. So 6 pitches, 6 strikes. Noah got the win Tuesday for the Trojans over Grace. Fly ball, left side. Backpedaling as Lehman, the shortstop, makes it a couple steps into the outfield grass. 2 up, 2 down here in inning number 1.
Now batting number 2, Macy Dowd.
And Macy Dow, the top batter for St. Francis, steps in trying to get something going here with 2 away. USF was just 2 for 8 with 2 outs in our opening contest earlier today. And that's the first ball that Noah has thrown. 1-0 on pitch number 8. Dowd was a thorn in Taylor's side in game number 1. High fly ball here. Coming into the gap in left center. Lehman jumps, and she makes a wonderful catch in shallow left center field, hopping in the air and hauling that one home. A 3 up, 3 down top of the first with a big strikeout and a jumping, soaring catch from Lehman. Off to the bottom of the first next on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland. It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and
Greeks Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greeks' specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greeks Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap.
One of the 2 home runs that Taylor hit in game number 1 belonged to their leadoff batter here in the bottom of the first. And it's the senior Aaliyah Rastetter as we start game number 2, scoreless after a 3-up, 3-down top of the first. And Ellie Souter starts in things with a ball here low to the center fielder, Rastetter. That 3-run bomb for Aaliyah was her only hit of game number 1. As she squares off here with the freshman righty Souter. Curveball that clips the outside corner for a ball and a strike. 21st appearance for Souter this season, leads the ball club for St. Francis. 10th start, she has 6 complete games this season, and the best record at 5-9. Rastetter sits on a changeup, watches it float in low, 2-1. Earned run average for Souter, second best on the team at .331. Game 1 win got Taylor to 24-17 overall. USF has fallen to 17-23. Fourth one to Rastetter, bottom part of the zone, called for a strike. And the count evens up to Rastetter as she leads things off in the bottom of the first. With Livy Lehman, Kaylee Larkin to follow. Then Tannehill, McCreary, Standridge, Pack, Sanchez, and Agri. 2-2, short, about a foot or so in front of home plate. And it's a full count here to Rastetter, who's a walk away from setting the career mark in walks. She had a number of 3-2 counts on Tuesday against Grace and had one 3-2 count in game number 1. Payoff here, she'll swing away and lift it into shallow right field. Sprinting and making the chest-high catch is Bree Miller for the first out here in the bottom of the first inning.
Coming to the plate, number 2, Livy Lehman.
As Livy Lehman steps in, here's how USF lines up defensively here in the nightcap. Anna Smith is the left fielder. We did not see her in game number 1. Lena Vigiano is in center. Bree Miller's the right fielder. We just met her. Danny Carr's at third. Brooklyn McCord is the shortstop. A ball away here to Lehman. Sam Baker back at second base, and Macy Dowd, the first baseman, and Madison Minnick is behind the plate. So, like the Trojans, just one defensive change from game 1 to game 2. Here for USF, hard hit ball towards right field. It'll get away from Miller. Lehman to the wall. She looks to get her 18th double of the season, and she does, sliding in feet first. And the Trojans have their first hit here of game 2.
Coming to play for TU, number 19, Kaylee Larkin.
The Trojans bring one of the best 1-2 punches in the entire Crossroads League back-to-back. Lehman and now this young woman in Kaylee Larkin. You'd be hard-pressed to find 2 better hitters back-to-back that have driven in 65 runs combined on the year and have 20 home runs between the 2 of them. Ball 1 low here to Larkin. Kaylee with 2 walks and a double in the opener today, as the Trojans knocked around 8 hits on their way to their 10 runs. Breaking ball clips the outside part of the plate. Souter gets a strike here on Larkin to even it up. Wind picking up with great haste out towards right center field. Third one home, Larkin sits on it, lines it into right field. Right at the hopping Miller, who makes the catch for the second out. As some food has been delivered to the press box for only one of us, not for the other 3 of us. Shame on Katie for not wanting to get dinner for the rest of us, particularly her teammate, Hope Custer. Yeah, Hope, open up that box. Let's see what's in that bad boy. Let's take an inspection. Ooh, a hamburger and fries and a little bit of vegetables on there. Oh, and Hope takes a clip of the crinkle cut fries. Good quality. They look delightful. Strike 1 here to Tannehill with a runner at second and Lehman. Screwball from Souter is in the opposite batter's box, 1-1. 2 away for Taylor here in the bottom of the first, no score. Taylor trailed 2-0 heading to their first turn at the plate in game 1 before erupting for 5 in the bottom of the first inning. Trying to frame it up was Minnick, could not, 2-1. Highlighted by that Barton grand slam. Tannehill up 2-1. Another screwball from Souter that tries to catch the eye of Tannehill. It does not, and she's got it to 3-1 with McCreary, the left fielder, waiting on deck. Open stance for Tannehill. Fifth one home. Tannehill swings and misses, and the count is full on a good cut there from the Taylor first baseman. Jers was 2 for 2 in the opener. Drove in a run, scored once, and also walked once as well. As the heart of the order, 2, 3, and 4 was very impactful in that 10-2 victory. Payoff pitch, Tannehill chases one low and away, and Taylor unable to capitalize on a one-out Lehman double. We're scoreless after 1 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
Danny Carr leads off the top of the second for USF. She fouls off the first one here, and we are off and running here in the top half of the second. No score. USF goes 3 up, 3 down there. First time up. The Trojans got a one-out double from Livy Lehman, but could not capitalize on it. Carr backs up before she gets the second one from Noah. It's up and away, and the count evens 1-1. Leadoff batters were pretty good for USF in the openers. They went 3 for 5. But it was after that where their offense sputtered. Coming with a backdoor curveball, Noah gets a called strike on the inside part as Carr continues to shuffle those feet as she bats from the right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes as she leads things off here in the top of the second. We are scoreless. Righty on righty, Noah fires, low and in, and the count evens 2-2. Carr got on twice in the first game today. RBI double that made it 2-0 USF. Chokes up on the 2-2. Curveball from Noah's away in the opposite batter's box, and it's a full count as the third baseman Carr gets things going for St. Francis in the top of the second. Brian Eage, our home plate umpire. Dave Dillon out in the field. Payoff from Noah. Carr hits it hard, third base side. Knocked down by Standridge. Picks it up with her gloved hand. And unable to gather that one in as she took a pretty good smack as that ball bounced up off of the turf. And it'll be a leadoff batter on here for Carr. So an E5 there on Standridge. As Madison has gone to the heavy eye black around the eyes here for the Mad Dog in game number 2. Right fielder is Bree Miller. We did see her in game number 1. She was a left fielder in our opening contest. She swings through the first one here from Noah. Bree, the freshman from St. John, Indiana. That's in the northwest part of the state, a graduate of Lake Central. Back to the outside part goes Noah, and she's ahead 0-2 on a looking strike. That wind really starting to attack things here out towards right center field. Harris is blown here all day. No score in the top of the second. Runner on for USF, and she'll stay there as Noah's 0-2 is low and away. Miller went 1 for 3 in our game earlier today, finishing her day with a double. Hit to the third base side. Standridge scoops. She runs the second. Sanchez covers for 1. Over to first. Tannehill leans, but able to beat the throw over there was Miller. But the Trojans able to get the lead runner out, and there's one away on a fielder's choice.
Coming up, the Cougars, number 22, Anna Smith.
1 out, 1 on for the left fielder, Anna Smith. Junior out of Plainfield, Illinois. Backdoor pitch comes inside, right at the letters from Noah, and she struts back to the mound, ahead 0-1. Smith, a .316 average this year. Hits that one up the right field line, hustling after it Agree, but it lands in foul ground before she can make a stab at it. 2 strikes here on 22 in gray. St. Francis in those road gray jerseys with Cougars across the front in script in blue. Blue numbers on the front and back, last names on the back of the jerseys. Blue pants and gray socks. The 2-strike pitch. Low, runner goes. Throw from Pack. Trying to pick it was Lehman, and just sliding underneath the tag is Miller. And the go-ahead runs in scoring position with the ball at the plate here for Smith. Throw just does a late hop in there to Lehman. And that gave Miller enough time to slide in safe on her second stolen base of the year. 1-2 delivery. Inside for a ball, 2-2. No score, top half of the second inning. St. Francis trying to change that with a runner at second. Looking at strike 3 is Smith on the outside part of the plate, and Noah gets her second strikeout, and there are 2 gone. And brings up the center fielder, Lena Vigiano. So Vigiano, the second lefty in the order for St. Francis. And a strike right down the middle to start things off. Out of the 7 batters that Noah has faced, 6 of them have begun with a first pitch strike. And there's a second pitch strike on a swing and a miss from the USF center fielder. Carr reached on a fielding error by TU at third base in Standridge on a hot one that she knocked down but was unable to gather in cleanly. Miller now stands at second after a fielder's choice and a stolen base, and she'll stay there as Vigiano fouls it off the backstop netting. Vigiano 1 for 2 with a single against Maddie Foy, the winner in game 1 for TU. Another 0-2. Swing and a miss, and Noah gets 3 strikeouts over the first 2 innings, and USF leaves a runner in scoring position. To the bottom of the second we go. No score on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner.
Delaney McCreary leads it off for Taylor here in the bottom of the second as they look to break our scoreless deadlock. Righty on righty, and Souter able to get the outside corner for a called strike 1. The young woman, the Trojans, call D-Money batting here. McCreary struck out, walked, and popped out. Second one from Souter low, and the count evens at 1-1. Leadoff batters were 1 for 4 for Taylor in the opener. They're 0 for 1 here so far in game 2. Chasing one low, but able to get a piece of the off-speed delivery is McCreary. And the count maneuvers to a ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 to McCreary. Sits on one, pops it up. It serpentines over the backstop netting, and one hops into the good seats. Still 2 strikes here on McCreary. She awaits the 5th offering from Ellie Souter. Here it is, and it's poked towards the beginning of the USF dugout. In foul ground. Taylor has the lone hit in the ball game so far. Lehman's double, but she never left second base. McCreary fights one off on the handle and lifts it out of play. McCreary battling here. That's her third foul ball with 2 strikes in this plate appearance to get things going in the bottom of the second. One-two again. McCreary puts a charge towards deep right center field. Going back, looking up, and it's out of here. McCreary leaves the park for the first time tonight, and the Trojans strike first here in game 2, 1-0 to lead off the bottom of the second. So McCreary leads it off. She gives a quick scouting report to Madison Standridge, who will bat next. Third homer of the year for McCreary, her second one of the week.
Number 1, Madison Standridge.
So McCreary gets Taylor on the board, and here's Standridge, the third baseman, with heavy eye black around those eyes, looking like she's going to go hunting afterwards. She's hunting for a bunt here, back up the middle. Souter fields, fires, and that throw almost took Baker, the second baseman, into the path of the speedy Standridge. They get the out at first, and there's one away.
Stepping to the plate, number 7, Hannah Pack.
One gone for the catcher, Hannah Pack. Rest that bat on her back right shoulder. And a changeup that Souter floats in for a called strike on the outer half. Kaylee Larkin leading the cheers for Pack in the Taylor dugout. Up and away, ball 1. Pack 7 and white, batting .175 here in her rookie year with 7 hits, but 4 of them have gone for 2 baggers. Taylor up 1-0 after the McCreary leadoff home run. This one gets way away from Souter, zipped out of that hand with a great haste. And Pack up 2-1 with Sanchez set to follow her. A win here in game 2 would give Taylor the season series 3-1 over USF and sweep today's doubleheader. 2-1. One of the outside corner was Souter, couldn't get it on a late curve. And the count squarely in the hands of Pack at 3 balls and 1 strike. Scoreless after 1, not scoreless now. Pack chases a curveball away. It's 3-2 on the swing and a miss. Pack has driven in 8 runs this season. Payoff pitch. Hits in the air, and we'll get another one as that one soars out of play. Larkin leading the cheers once again. Digging those toes into the dirt is Pack down below us. Righty versus Souter. Payoff, looking at strike 3 inside. Pack thought it was low, but it's called for the third strike. First strike or second strikeout today for Souter. There are 2 gone for TU.
Sanchez.
Souter ended the first with a strikeout. She gets out number 2 here in the second with a punch out. And now it's Sanchez's turn trying to extend the second frame. Backdoor pitch comes in on the inner half. 0-1 on the called strike. Brooke was 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored in our game earlier today. Batting here for the first time, turns on 1, bouncing it up the middle. Fielded by the shortstop McCord, sidearm to first. And that brings the second inning to a close. But a leadoff home run for Delaney McCreary, the difference. And after 2, it's the Trojans on top 1-0 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
1-0 lead for Mackenzie Noah as we're a pitch into the top of the third with the shortstop Brooklyn McCord leading it off for USF. Madison Minnick, and then the top of the order, Sam Baker to follow. 1-0 lead for Noah and the Trojans. 1-0 sent out of play by McCord. Brooklyn 1 for 2 in that abbreviated game number 1 that the Trojans won in 5. Liner just over the reach of Tannehill, just lands in fair territory of the right field line. That was an inch or two away from being a nice catch there from Tannehill, but just out of her grasp. And a leadoff single gets McCord on the bases.
Number 7, Madison.
Wind's still picking up here, now out towards right center field for the catcher Madison Minnick. She shows a late bunt, and it goes foul. She tried to do the same thing with 2 on the pond back in our opener. Fouled one to the right like this one was, then fouled the second one to the left, then had to try and swing away before fouling out to the right fielder Emery Agri. She's back out there once again. Go tying runs at first. Minnick's late bunt, another foul ball, and it's 0-2 here on 7 in gray. Taylor in the home white jerseys with the purple pinstripes and the white pants with the same purple pinstripes. Taylor in script across the front in purple, numbers in purple on the front and back as well. The 2-strike delivery to Minnick. Swings and lines one over the jumping Tannehill. Back-to-back singles up the right side for USF. And they've got the tying and go-ahead runners on here with nobody out to start at the top of the third. So a good start for USF offensively, and it brings up one of their top batters in Sam Baker, their leadoff batter. The slap-hitting lefty. Squares a bunt. Screwball from Noah misses low. The perfect place to put this bunt if you're Baker's of the third base side, with Standridge having to play back a little bit with the runner at second. She charges in anyway, with Lehman and McCreary coming in to help back things up over at third base in case that bunt comes up the third base side. It's a strike here to Baker, 1-1, as USF tries to get on the board, down 1-0. Baker on their bunt, third base side. Standridge charges, fields. Tannehill covers at first, and the 5-3 putout gets out number 1, but Baker does her job and moves the runners into scoring position.
Now batting number 3, Madison Miller.
McCord, the lead runner at third. She's the tying run after the McCreary leadoff home run to start off the bottom of the second. Miller, the fourth batter here in the top of the third. Backdoor screwball coming inside was Noah. Couldn't find the corner. And it's 1-0 here to Miller. After starting off 6 of the first 7 batters with a first pitch strike, only 1 of the 4 here in the third has gotten a first pitch strike. But Noah comes right back in and clips the inside corner to make it 1-1. Back-to-back singles by McCord and Minnick. Started things off here in the third frame. Third one up the left side, but foul. Strike 2 on Madison Miller, who popped out to Lehman, the shortstop, her first time up tonight. A youthful infield for the Trojans, with 3 sophomores, a freshman behind the plate, the junior Noah in the circle, and the elder stateswoman Tannehill at first. 1-2 in the air towards left. McCreary, a sophomore, comes in, makes the catch in left, tagging and trying to score. Great throw for McCreary, 1 hop, but just getting behind her. Throw down to third, and advancing and safe is going to be, that will be Minnick. Scoring from third is McCord on the sac fly from Miller, and our game tied at 1 with 2 away here in inning number 3.
Stepping in the box is number 2, Macy Dowd.
We've seen McCreary throw out a runner this year. Remember, she did that against Indiana Wesleyan in right field into the teeth of the wind. So McCreary and Agri, the two corner outfielders, a strong arm. Liner into center field. Rassler's got to check up. It's in single, and in St. Francis takes the lead on a 2-out base knock from Macy Dowd, their best batter. Minnick scores from second, so those two singles to lead the inning off have come back to bite the Trojans as USF leads 2-1. Smart play, though, by Rastetter. You could see her thinking as Noah fires the first one to Carr high for a ball. You could see Aaliyah, as she was running in, was leaning in, thinking about diving for it. But Wiseman made the decision to stay up. Did not want to make the mistake, dive and have the ball bounce past her, and send Dowd off to the races with no one there to back up the center fielder. Second offering to Carr is called for a strike, and the count evens. 2 runs with 2 outs here for USF as Carr lifts one high towards center field. Rastetter calls everybody away. The center fielder saunters forward and makes the catch. But sac fly from Miller, RBI single from Dowd, and USF has answered the McCreary home run. And they lead 2-1 after 2.5 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
If you get sick, you can trust that we will take care of you. As a Magnet-designated healthcare system, our expert team will create a personalized plan to get you back on your feet. Marion Health, great care from great people.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
To the bottom of the third we go. Taylor trailing St. Francis 2-1. 9-1-2 due up for the Trojans. First bat of game 2 for the right fielder Emery Agri. Starts with a strike from Ellie Souter. Agri 0 for 1 in our game earlier today with a pop out. Slap hitting lefty takes one at the letters for 0-2. Taylor trailed 2-0 after the top of the first in the opener, as Agri pokes one to the left side. McCord at short fields and fires, and they get Agri out for the first out. The Trojans responded in the bottom of the first game to lead 5-2, and then never looked back, winning 10-2. Here to play from behind as they bat in the bottom of the third. And the second time through the order here for Souders, we go back to the top, and Aaliyah Rastetter, the center fielder. Backdoor curveball. Souter starts it off at the hip and comes in the inner half for a strike. Aaliyah flew out to right field her first time up today. Sits on a changeup that misses low to even the count. Opponent's batting .266 off the freshman Souter this season. Out of the 5 pitchers on the staff, only 2 graduating for USF at the end of the season. Kennedy Bioni and the 5th-year senior Mackenzie Rust. 2-1 to Rastetter as the setting sun creeps out from behind the clouds, casting long shadows across the infield. 4th one too far away, and the righty Rastetter's up 3-1, trying to put the tying run on the bases here for the power-hitting Lehman and Larkin. Plenty of pop in the Rastetter bat, though. Her home run earlier in game number 1, her first of the year. Sends one in the air towards deep center field. Vincenzo's got a read on it, reaches up, makes the catch. And she snags it on the warning track for a long out number 1, trying to ride the wind out of here. Just a hair short was Aaliyah.
Stepping to the plate, number 2, Livy Lehman.
So So Vigiano able to track that one in. And now here's Lehman. 1 for 1 here in game 2. Curveball misses for a ball. She doubled in the first, then got left there with 1 out. Sounder peers in and deals the second one. Big cut there from Lehman, comes up empty, and the count evens. Lehman tied with Standridge for second on the team in average coming in. Trying to paint the outside corner with Sounder. Her curveball is off target. 2 balls and a strike here for the Taylor shortstop, who represents the tying run at the plate with her 8 home runs this season. 4th one home, hits it hard up the third base side, fair. This is going to be extra bases up to the left field corner. Lehman rounds first, and she's 2 for 2 with a pair of doubles. Give her 19 on the season, 3 away from tying her own single season record.
Coming up for you, number 19, Kaylee Larkin.
So 3 hits for the Trojans in game 2. 2 of them belong to number 2. And the tying run with 2 outs stands at second base for Larkin. That hit by Lehman, the first 2-out hit for the Trojans with 2 away here in game 2. And now Larkin tries to make it back-to-back. To the outside half, looking at strike 1 is Larkin. Taylor was 4 for 7 with 2 outs in the game 1 win, including their first 2 hits to drive in runs. Larkin sits on one, hits it hard, but foul. She's down 0-2, flying out to Miller in right field. Taylor trying to get their first hit with runners on base here in the nightcap. 0 for 2 here so far. They trail by 1 with a runner at second. Larkin a late swing to protect the outside corner, and she got a piece and fouled it back. Maybe more like a chunk instead of a piece with the way that thing rocketed off the bat. Righty on righty here. Sounder deals in. Change up away. 1-2. Tannehill, the senior first baseman, on deck. 2-out double for Lehman, has her at second. Larkin a roll over third base side. Coming in is Carr. She fields, and no play is made as Carr was playing a little bit too far back. And Larkin scampers up to first with an infield single. 1st and 3rd now for Tannehill.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 26, Jersey Tannehill.
And a pinch runner looks to be coming in here for Larkin with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd, and Taylor down 1. It'll be Maddie Schultz coming in to run for Larkin at first.
25-19.
Coming in the pinch run for the Trojans, number 25, Maddie Schultz.
So the tying run is Lehman at 3rd with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Taylor down 2-1. Back-to-back 2-out hits, a Lehman double and a Larkin infield single. Schultz taking Larkin's place at first. Tannehill off the end of the bat into left field, dying and dropping in, and it's 3 straight 2-out hits, and Tannehill has tied us at a deuce. Lehman scores from 3rd. They say hitting is contagious, and the Trojan bats infected here in the bottom of the 3rd. 3 in a row with 2 away, and McCreary would love to make it 4 straight. Off speed away, ball 1. As the Taylor dugout on the 3rd base side of the park, the loudest it's been here all night in game number 2. McCreary's solo home run to lead off the bottom of the 2nd was their lone run until a few moments ago. Skyscraping ball to deep right, tracking it and catching it is Miller. But the Trojans string together 3 runs with 2 away in the 3rd, and they tie us at a deuce after 3 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Three innings in the books here in game number 2. A good one between St. Francis and Taylor. Deadlocked at 2. Ground ball third base side. Standridge knocks it down. Throws the first. Nice pick from Tannehill. And they retire Bree Miller to start the 4th.
Now batting, number 22, Anna Smith.
A couple of errors on Standridge today, but she crouched down, blocked that one. Now has a sheepish ear-to-ear grin as she covers her eye-blacked face with her mitt. One retired for Anna Smith. Goes after the first one and pops it back foul. Special welcome to all you folks watching on the Trojan Sports Network today. Glad you made us part of your Friday night and into the weekend, particularly those of you watching on the West Coast. Anna Smith has struck out once today. Sits on one up the middle. Noah picks it out off the bounce over to first. 2 up, 2 down here in inning number 4.
Coming to the plate, number 25, Vigiano.
Taylor caps off their 3 doubleheader homestand this week. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock was senior day against Huntington. Make sure to tune in at 12:30 for that senior day festivities. We'll carry it for you here on the Trojan Sports Network. Nice late action on the breaker there from Noah. Strike here to Vigiano. Vigiano struck out swinging to end the second. Swings and misses here, and she's down 0-2 here in the 4th. 2-2 our score here in the 4th. Nobody on here for USF. Noah glares through those sunglasses behind her mask. The 0-2 home. Low, and she couldn't get Vigiano to try and chase. Lena made that nice catch in the top half of, or the bottom half of the 3rd in the right center field gap. Awaits the 1-2. Another one low, 2-2 as it ricochets off the shin guards of Pack behind the plate. Noah leans in, and here's the 2-2. Liner by the lefty, but foul to the left. Noah needed just 3 pitches to get the first 2 outs of the inning. She's going to double that here with the 6th offering coming up to Vigiano. Here it is, and it's ball 3 inside. Tied at 2 after the Trojans string together 3 2-out hits in the home half of the 3rd. 2 away here with nobody on, payoff, and Vigiano fouls off on a swing. Noah started her off with 2 strikes, then a foul ball, and then 3 out of the zone before the most recent foul ball. Payoff again. Another foul ball straight down by Vigiano. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat here from Noah to Vigiano. Again, it got the first 2 outs of this frame in the top of the 4th with 3 offerings. Off the end of the bat, bouncer to the left side. Waiting on it is Lehman. The first, and they got her by about a half of a step. Vigiano, a speedster batting from the left side, but it's 3 up, 3 down. As we head to the bottom of the 4th, halfway home in game 2, tied at 2 here on the Trojan Sports Network. The eye-black dyes of Madison Standridge leads things off for Taylor here in the bottom of the 4th. In about a 10-minute window between when we walked through the dugout before game number 2 to her making her way onto the field, as Souter deals the first one high for a strike. She found that eye-black and went all the way around the eyes. And much like hunters will probably wear it tomorrow morning going out on a brisk Saturday to start their day. 2-0 here. Standridge 0 for 1, tried to bunt her way on following the McCreary home run in the 2nd. Was thrown out by Souter, the pitcher. She toes the rubber and deals a 3rd one in. Standridge fights one off to the right side towards the gap, and it drops just in for a leadoff single here for Standridge.
Coming to the plate, number 7, Hannah Pack.
Normally with the wind blowing as hard as it is out towards right, you welcome that and you champion it. But here, with one little kind of dying like it was, you kind of hope that it would not carry too much in the way of Bree Miller, the right fielder. It did not. And the speedy Standridge is on here with the leadoff single. She was 1 for 1 on stolen base attempts in the opener. We'll see if she wants to challenge Minnick's arm once again. Pack, the Taylor catcher, bats here, and the first one is a ball. She squares and shows a bunt. Standridge takes off. Strike at the plate. Throw down to second. It's going to end up in shallow right center field. Standridge takes off. She'll just shoo off her wheels. Good throw from Vigiano. It's off target. Good arm there from Vigiano, but the throwing error from Minnick. And Standridge left early from first, and she is called out. So no pitch here at the plate for Pack. As Standridge left early, so the count just 1-0 here for Pack. Now the Trojans will have to do some work here with only one out. With one out now, I should say. And now it's 2-0 here for Pack. Tough break there for Standridge as she put some pressure on Minnick, but took off too early there from first. Instead of having a runner at third with nobody out, the base is vacant with one away. Pack cuts on a 2-0 inside, got underneath, and it's fouled straight back. Pack struck out looking her only time up here so far in game number 2. As Grace Mullins stands on the on-deck circle, she'll be pinch hitting for Brooke Sanchez. 2-1, able to clip the outside corner. Off speed from Souter makes it 2-2. Souter trying to get the second out here in the 4th. One of the outside corner couldn't get it, and the count is full. One away, 2-2 game, bottom of the 4th. Pack in front of the payoff pitch. And it goes foul. Taylor dug out at full throat here with one away in the bottom of the fourth. They strung 3 2-out hits together last inning to tie the game at 2. Another 3-2 here. Pack protects the outside part of the plate this time with another high foul ball. Wind continues to blow out to right. Payoff. Pack through the left side. It dribbles on through for a 1-out single. And the go-ahead runs back on the bases here for TU. Time is called as Mullins will pinch hit.
For TU is number 9, Grace Mullins.
Mullins, the 5'1" freshman, slapping lefty out of Jeffersonville, Indiana. And it looks like Taylor will go back-to-back pinch hitters here, with Agri walking back into the Taylor dugout. She's next in line. And it'll be Barton on deck if Mullins can avoid a double play here. One away in the fourth, tied at 2. Mullins, the slapper, shows bunt, and it's a strike on the outside part. Mullins, a .346 average in her limited appearances this season. And the 5'1" freshman takes a strike in the upper part of the zone, 0-2. And time is called as head coach Doug Gower walks in from the third base side. And he might be summoning a pinch runner. Looks like over for Pack over there at first. So it'll be Meg Stanley coming in to run for Pack over there at first here with 2 strikes.
Taylor is number 27, Meg Stanley.
Inning started off with a Standridge bloop single into right, but she was called out for leaving early trying to take second base, and she ended up at third. So she's the only out of the inning so far, sitting on one, and Mullins pokes it to the left and foul. As the slapper now has Stanley at first representing the go-ahead run for TU. Taylor led 1-0 after the second, trailed 2-1 after the top of the third. They tied it in the bottom half of that inning. Mullins, another one that rings the support beam like a tuning fork. Yeah, it screamed out of play. It's still 0-2. Delaney Barton waits on deck. She'll pinch hit. Fifth one here to Mullins. 0-2. And we'll get another one as she fouls off another one here. Nine hits from Mullins this season, 2 doubles. But she's trying to move Stanley over to scoring position here with one away in the bottom of the fourth in a 2-2 contest. 0-2 and Mullins pops it up. The wind holds it in to play. Foul territory, third base side. Carr's there for the catch and the second out.
Pinch hitting for Taylor, number 22, Delaney Barton.
Now the Trojans summon the big bat from game number 1 in Delaney Barton. So Barton pinch hitting here in the 9 spot. Says something to Rastetter in the on-deck circle. And she represents an opportunity to extend things here in the bottom of the fourth. Her grand slam was the game-changing hit in the bottom of the first of our opener. Breaker away for a ball here from Souter. Barton pinch hitting for Agri, who grounded out her only time up so far tonight. And a big spot here for the Trojans. Can they find their two-out magic that they had an inning ago, where they strung together 3 hits to tie the game at 2. Barton with a late bunt shown, throws down. Stanley dives in safe. Those feet hung up in the air a little bit as McCord came in and tried to tag him. But the long arms of Stanley got in there to second base first. It's a strike at the plate here on Barton. But a runner in scoring position here for Taylor, trying to break our 2-all tie. Ball and a strike here to the pinch hitting Barton. For Stanley, that's her 4th stolen base of the year. 3rd one to Barton. A spinner that misses away, 2-1. Big spot of the game here. A win secures the season series for the Trojans and a doubleheader sweep today here at home. 2-1. Good eye from Barton, and she's up 3-1. Turn the lineup over with Rastetter waiting on deck. (3-1), ball 4, and 2 are on here with 2 away. So a pinch hit walk for Barton. Agree's going to re-enter and run for DB over at 3rd.
Re-entering and running at first is number 3, Emery Agri. And coming
So
to the
Agri
plate
back in to get Barton.
Number 16, Aaliyah Rastetter.
And Barton comes in and gives a high five to the batter in Aaliyah Rastetter. Aaliyah 0 for 2 today. Fly out to the right field and center fielder today. So Taylor gets a 2-out walk. Stanley the go-ahead run at 2nd. You're in the home half of the 4th of game 2. At the knees, Rastetter taking the whole way. It's strike 1. Taylor 2 for 6 with runners on base here in game 2. Slightly better when they're in scoring position, going 2 for 5. Second one, slow, but paints the outside half, and Rastetter looks at strike 2. Souter trying to get out of this inning unharmed. After giving up 2 singles to start, 1 was erased, with Standridge leaving early. 2 strikes on Rastetter. The pitch, way away, trying to get Aaliyah to chase after that one. The senior did not. And we've got a ball. The 1-2. Rastetter watches one burn in low, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Aaliyah 1 for 3 in our first game today with a 3-run home run, her first long ball of her senior year. The 2-2. Sits up the middle, dribbles it back to the pitcher. Souter turns and fires, and that's a 0 for Taylor here in the bottom of the 4th. The Trojans leave 2 on the pond. We head to the 5th, tied at 2 on the Trojans Sports Network. Brooke Sanchez re-enters. She's back at second base. Taylor put 2 on, but unable to bring them around as we head to the top of the 5th. And it's ball 1 here to Brooklyn McCord, the shortstop for St. Francis. Against Mackenzie Noah, coming off of her second 1-2-3 inning of the contest. Misses up and in to the righty McCord, 2-0. McCord singled and scored in that 2-run 3rd inning for USF. That gave them a 2-1 lead. Strike on the outside part. In and out of the glove of Pack, but it still counts 2-1. McCord looking for her third hit of the doubleheader, her second one of game 2. Swing and a miss on an inside offering from Noah, and the count squares at 2. Taylor has out-hit USF here in game 2, 7-3. 2-2 to McCord. Off the end of the bat, we'll do it again. Two of the 4 leadoff batters have gotten on for St. Francis here in the nightcap. Late action as the ball dropped, but couldn't find the zone and up on the hands of McCord. Full count here to the leadoff batter in the 5th for St. Francis. They have 2, Taylor has 2. And McCord back of the middle underneath the glove of Noah. Diving stop is Sanchez. She'll stop it before it gets to the outfield, but enough to get McCord on with the leadoff single.
Now batting number 7, Madison Minnick.
And that's just the 3rd hit of the afternoon and evening, or make it the 4th one here for USF. As they have their first 3 hits all back in that 2-run 3rd. Showing bunt here was Minnick. Too low for her to make contact. She pulls it back and it's a ball. Just like Minnick did in game number 1, she got down 0-2 with a runner at first. And then swung away. This time she got a hit. Bunt here in front of home plate. Spinning, Standard's bare hand time. Nice catch by Sanchez to pick that one right off the top of the head of Minnick. But the St. Francis catcher does her job and moves the go-ahead run into scoring position.
Stepping into the box, number 80, Sam Baker.
Time is called as they're trying to make sure that everything's okay with Brooke Sanchez. Her normal 1,000-watt grin says that she's okay. Not sure if Minnick clipped her or might have stepped on her foot a little bit on that covering over at first on the bunt attempt. Corner infielders play in here for the swinging Sam Baker. Noah low, good attempt to frame it by Pack at home. 0-for-1 evening for Baker with a strikeout and a sac bunt. We're at the top of the 5th. St. Francis and Taylor knotted at 2. Noah misses low and she falls behind 2-0. A leadoff single for McCord. The sac bunt by Minnick has her standing at 2nd. Third one home. Down the middle for a strike. 2-1. Four hits, all singles off of Noah tonight. Baker bouncing middle. Noah stabs, turns, looks, and took maybe one too many steps as she looked back to second, and that was more than enough time to get Baker in there safely at first. So 2 on for St. Francis with only 1 away.
Now batting number 3, Madison Miller.
So a fielder's choice gets Baker at first. Almost hit Miller. She gets out of the way. Ball 1 from Noah. There's an extra long step there that Mack took that was more than enough time to get Baker at first. So first and second, 1 away for USF. 2-2 game as Noah misses low, and for the second straight batter, she falls behind 2-0. Time is called by the freshman Pack as she jogs out to have a chat with Noah. One out, runners at first and second for USF. With the game tied at 2. Cougars trying to snap their 3-game losing skid. Third one comes inside for a called strike. Pitch there from Noah. The junior trying to pick up her 12th win of the season. Here's the 2-1. Hit hard, but foul. To the left, 2-2. Oh for 1 night for Miller. Sack fly tied the game at 1 in the third. USF would add one more in that frame to take a 2-1 lead. We're tied at 2 here. Popped up behind home plate. Pack tight roping things, and she'll make the catch just inside the backstop. That wind can play tricks on you. Here it helps out the Trojans, keeping that ball in play. And there are 2 gone with the runners remaining at first and second.
Stepping to the plate, number 2, Macy Dowd.
So it doesn't get any easier here for the top batter for USF, Macy Dowd, stepping in. 4:14 the average for 2 in gray when the day started. An RBI single, their most recent time up, as Noah burns in a screwball low for a ball. The go-ahead runs McCord at second. She's been on since the very start of this inning with the leadoff single. Baker's behind her after a fielder's choice. Coming back in with a curveball is Noah, lower part of the zone, but called for strike 1 to even it up. Two here in the top of the 5th. And the 1-1 to Dowd. Late action on a backdoor offering here from Noah, and she goes ahead 1-2. The last couple of batters, Noah had fallen behind 2-0. Here she starts things out and trying to finish off Dowd here and keep those runners at first and second. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 away. High, stabbed by Pack to keep the runners where they are. It's 2-2. A 1-for-2 night for Dowd. Lehman dove back in the first to take a hit away from her. Pitch from Noah. Outside, Dowd almost went after it. Thought better of it, and the count is full with third base open. McCord at second. Baker behind her at first. The payoff pitch. Dowd swings and fouled it down. Tight quarters there for Pack to try to hold on to it. Noah, the top pitcher for the Trojans this season. Dowd, the best batter for USF. They lock horns here in a tie game in the top of the 5th. Another payoff pitch. Dowd left side. Standridge knocks it down. Racing to third. She dives, and she got there. Standridge goes full extension, tags the bag with her mitt, and there's the 3rd out. For the time being, time is called as St. Francis head coach Ryan Boland wants to talk with our field umpire Dave Dillon. Standridge is going to be bruised up pretty good when she gets out of here tonight. It's taken some rocketed shots off of her torso this evening. And now Dillon comes in to talk with home plate umpire Brian Eage. The runners stay where they are. Taylor is back in the dugout getting ready to bat in the bottom of the 5th. Will we go there, or will we have to come back out to the field and continue the top of the 5th? A long discussion going on here. The screamers sent to Standridge at third by Dowd. She knocked it down, picked it up, turned, and about after a step, went full extension, leaping back to third and put her glove out onto the bag. And the call stands, so Standridge gets the 3rd out, and we stay tied at 2 as we head to the bottom of the 5th here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Bottom of the fifth, the heart of the Taylor order coming up. Lehman, Larkin, and Tannehill in a 2-2 contest with St. Francis. Low in the turf, in the dirt from Souter. Ball one here to Lehman, who's 2 for 2 tonight with a couple of doubles, moving her season total to 19. Set the single season record with 22 last year as a freshman. Takes one at the letters, 1-1 on the called strike. Both teams are last 2 times up. Taylor in the bottom of the fourth. St. Francis in the top of the fifth had runners at first and second, but could do nothing with it. Off speed from Souders, low, 2-1. 4 of the 7 Taylor hits coming up here in the bottom of the fifth for TU. Fourth one to Lehman. Curveball away, 3-1. As Lehman tries to be just the third leadoff batter to get on here for Taylor in the contest tonight. The 3-1 offering. Ball 4, and the go-ahead run is jogging to first in the form of Livy Lehman.
Stepping to the plate, number 19, Kaylee Larkin.
Lehman, the Kenosha, Wisconsin native, has probably got folks in the Crossroads League wondering, how did Taylor find her? Larkin a little bit closer to Taylor's campus from the west side of Indianapolis and Brownsburg. She takes a strike at the knees, off speed from Souter. So here's Larkin. A 1 for 2 evening for the Trojans, best batter here in 2024. Wanted to hammer one, but it broke away from her, and she takes it for ball 1 to even the count. 2-2, or 2-2 the score, I should say, here in the bottom of the fifth. With Larkin trying to get her second hit here of the nightcap. Fastball low, 2-1. Nobody out after the Lehman leadoff walk. Larkin was not retired at all in our first game today with 2 walks and a double. Sits on an off speed that bends away, 3-1. The Trojans would love to get back-to-back walks here and bring up the cleanup batter, Tannehill. Souter the offering. 3-1, that is skyrocketed up towards right field. Not deep enough as Miller creeps in and makes the catch as Larkin flies out here for the first out of the stanza.
Now batting, number 26, Jersey Tannehill.
Tough break for the Trojans. Lehman still over there at first, and our game still 2-2, till 2-2. The lefty Tannehill steps in and takes a strike at the knees. Jers 1 for 2. RBI single in the third that tied our game at 2. Still the same score. She bats here with 1 away in the fifth, and Lehman at first. Opposite batter's box. Lehman keeping an eye on things at first. She doesn't steal a lot, Livy doesn't, but when she does, she is 3 for 6 this season. Ball and a strike to Tannehill. Turns on one, got underneath of it, and fouled it out of play. The ball and 2 strikes here for Tannehill. One of 3 seniors that will be honored tomorrow at 12:30. Lehman at first after her leadoff walk here to start the fifth. Sitting on a changeup is Tannehill. Smacks at the left, but right at Anna Smith, and she hauls it in for out number 2.
Now batting for TU, number 18, Delaney McCreary.
Two away for McCreary. Breaker away for a ball. Taylor scored 2 runs tonight here in game 2. One of them belonging to McCreary. Her leadoff home run to get things going in the second was the first run of the night for either team. Sits on one here, pulls it to the left, and the count squares up at a ball and a strike. McCreary has driven in a run in each game so far today. Had a bases loaded walk in the opener to go with her solo home run here in game 2. She's got Lehman at first with the game deadlocked at 2. Lehman takes off, throw down to second, and Lehman avoided the tag coming in from her shortstop counterpart, McCord. And Lehman swipes her 4th bag of the year and is in scoring position with 2 away. Count of the plate, 2 balls and a strike. And a base hit could give Taylor the lead back. McCreary watches one break away, 3-1. With now first base open. Standridge on deck. And this being the 100th pitch of the night for Ellie Souter. Righty on righty matchup. Backdoor pitch comes inside, and it's called for strike 2, and the count has run full. Good offering there from Souter. So the Trojans try to avoid leaving the go-ahead run in scoring position for the 2nd straight inning. The payoff. McCreary sits and looks at a strike right at the letters, and Souter works out of the jam. Gave up a leadoff walk and left Lehman on the bases. We're off to the 6th, still tied at 2 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
Middle third of the order due up for St. Francis here in the top of the 6th with Carr, Miller, and Smith. Still tied at 2 as we work to the late stages here of the nightcap. And a breaking ball comes on the inside part of the plate for Noah for a called strike 1. Just 4 hits given up by Noah here in game 2, all singles. Fires one high and misses 1-1. Bree Miller doing jumping jacks on the on-deck circles, trying to stay warm as that sun has gone away quick behind a blanket of clouds as it sets. Breaking ball nicks the inside corner, that fluttering its way in. 1-2 here for Carr, the third baseman. The 1-2 to Carr, who's 0 for 2 tonight. In the air, right side, bending foul, and that's where it lands. Noah had thrown 19 less pitches than her counterpart Souter when this inning began. The Trojans have not been able to capitalize with runners on the bases here so far tonight. Another 1-2 to Carr. She chokes up. High fly ball to deep left field. McCreary goes back. She looks up, and it's over the fence. And St. Francis takes the lead back on a leadoff home run for Danny Carr, her first of the season here at the top of the 6th. First extra base hit of the night here in game 2 for St. Francis goes over the left field fence. And they take the lead back. They're up 3-2.
Now batting number 12, Bree Miller.
Carr, the 5'4" senior, turns on one and hammers it through the wind over to left. And a good way to start things off here for USF after Souter worked around the leadoff walk in the bottom of the 5th. So here's Bree Miller with St. Francis on top Breaking ball, dives across the outside part of the plate for a called strike. Miller's 0 for 2 tonight. Reached on a fielder's choice and grounded out to Standridge at third. 0-1 up the middle. Dribbling forward, Sanchez scoops, tight play at first. Tannehill leans, picks, and there's one gone. So a good quick out there for Noah.
Number 22, Anna Smith.
As here's the left fielder, Anna Smith. Noah peers in. First one to Smith, popped up and foul. That home run, the 7th allowed by Noah this season, in her over 120 innings of work. A 0-1 pitch, good frame from Pack to get on the outside corner, and Smith is down 0-2. 0 for 2 night for Smith, the looking strikeout and a ground out back to Noah in the circle. One out, no one on, one home. Smith in front of that one and pulls it to the left and foul. Three to 2, the St. Francis lead after the Carr leadoff home run. 0-2 liner, nice little hand catch there by Tannehill. Had to flip her mitt as that ball was barreling in on her at first. She makes the liner catch, and there's 2 outs.
Coming up with Cougars, number 25, Lena Vigiano.
Two retired for Lena Vigiano. Low for a ball. St. Francis tonight is just 1 for 6 with 2 outs. Second one, Vigiano chops it to the right, foul. Oh for 2 night here for Vigiano. Like Smith before her, a strikeout and a ground out. We're on the top of the 6th. Carr's leadoff home run has given USF a 3-2 lead. 1-1 misses in the dirt, 2-1 to the lefty Vigiano. Noah, the righty, spins the ball on her right hip. Toes the rubber, winds and fires. Chopped down, first base side. Tannehill comes up, and the ball is blown dead. Vigiano saying she was safe, but field umpire Dave Dillon blew it dead. And saying that it hit Vigiano inside the box. So it looks like it hit Vigiano on the foot. And strike 2 here with 2 away. That was a tight play there. Vigiano able to race around the ball as Tannehill had to wait for it to roll into her mitt. But the foul ball blew it dead, and we go back for the 2-2. Here it is. Fought off, coming our way. And that's why they put a window on the press box. Good job, folks that built the press box. In case you're wondering, it's quite warm in here. About 70 degrees, very nice, compared to the people that are freezing outside. 2-2, off the end of the bat, that one foul. In my 11 years working here, in the 6 or 7 years, maybe 8 years this press box has been around, that's the closest we ever come to a ball coming into the window. Now, we used to have the awning over here that we ditched that thing like a bad habit last year, which A, improves the video quality so it doesn't look like you're watching a window boxed movie at the theater, which is lovely, but this is softball, not the theater. 2-2 here again. Liner up the middle. Lehman makes the easy catch as she runs to her left for the 3rd out. But a leadoff home run for Carr has got USF back in front, 3-2. We go to the bottom of the 6th with Standridge, Pack, and Sanchez coming up for TU here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to to be your nephew's #1 fan. Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Standridge leads things off, and she drives one high and deep, and we're tied at 3 on the first pitch in the bottom of the 6th. Fourth home run of her career for Madison Standridge. And the two teams trade leadoff home runs here in inning number 6. And head coach Ryan Bolin comes out, and Alexa Huth will come in here for USF as the Trojans knock out Souter after 102 pitches. 3-3 on the 8th hit of the afternoon for TU. Tied at 3, new pitcher in for St. Francis is Alexa Huth, number 99 in gray. We saw her in game number 1, where she threw almost 3 innings of work, gave up 3 hits and a run. The hardest thrower on the USF roster. A command has been an issue for her, like we saw in the opener. First one's a ball, second one is low to pack as well with great pace. 4th home run of the season for Standridge. All of her career home runs have come this year. She's tied us at 3, 1 pitch into the 6th, as Pack has to 2-step away, almost taking a heater on the shoes. 3-0 as Pack is 1 for 2 here this evening. Huth went an inning and 2/3, gave up 1 run in the first game today. 3-0 to Pack, a get-me-over pitch right over the heart of the plate, and it's 3-1. Sanchez on deck as both teams have traded leadoff home runs here in the 6th. No one away for Pack, the 3-1 from Huth. A knee-high breaker hits the outside half, and the count is full. Good bounce back from 99 in gray. Payoff to Pack. Golfs it off the plate, right side. Baker charges from second, tosses to first, and there's one away.
Stepping in the box, number 6, Brooke Sanchez.
Time is called as our 2 umpires huddle up. And they do say that Pack is out. It sounded like it hit off a home plate from our crowd mic. Had enough juice to get into the field of play as Baker fielded, and they got Pack out at first. Sanchez represents the go-ahead run here at the plate. Ball 1 here from Huth. Big score from around the league. Spring Arbor wins and upsets number 8 Marion, the first place team in the league, 1-0. Sanchez up the middle, and it squirts on through for a 1-out base hit, and the go-ahead run is on for Taylor.
Coming to the plate, number 3, Emily Agee.
The winning pitcher in that Spring Arbor game over Marion was Emily Hamp. She also scored the only run of the game by stealing home. So a big win there for third place Spring Arbor against first place Marion. And here's the right fielder, Emery Agee. Batting for the second time after she was pinch hit for back in the fourth. Youth fires one high, fastball, ball 1. So for the third inning in a row, the Trojans have the go-ahead runner on. They left the go-ahead runner at second, back in the fourth and fifth. Agee shows a bunt, back up the middle. Huth fields, second baseman Baker comes in to cover. They get the force out there. That's Sanchez. And for the third inning in a row, Taylor's got the go-ahead run in scoring position. 2 away for the top of the order, Analia Rastetter.
Number 16, Aaliyah Rastetter.
A quiet night here for Rastetter in game number 2. An 0-for-3 night for the senior center fielder. Huth burns one over the shoe tops of Rastetter for a ball. Oh for 3 night for Rastetter with 2 flyouts and a ground out. 3-3 in the bottom of the 6th. Breaking ball finds the outside half. Good pitch from Huth to even the count at 1. Two outs. Sanchez at second in a 3-3 game. Up the right side, in for a hit with 2 outs. Stabbing in is Miller. Throw comes in. Won't be in time. Sanchez scores standing up. And Rastetter's first hit of game 2 gives Taylor a 4-3 lead.
Now batting for the Trojans, number 2, Livy Lehman.
Fourth hit with 2 outs tonight here for Taylor in game 2. And their 10th of the night puts them ahead 4-3 with Lehman stepping in. No one the Trojans want to have up more than Lehman, than maybe Larkin, who's waiting in the wings on deck. But tonight, Lehman's been their best batter. 2 doubles and a walk in her 3 plate appearances. First offering from Huth is a strike. Second one fouled back on a hard cut there from Lehman. Huth came in to replace the starter, Ellie Souter, who gave up the 1-pitch leadoff home run to deadlock us at 3 to Standridge. Sanchez singled. Sacrifice bunt moved her into scoring position. Rastetter just scored her. Breaker away, 1-2 here for Livy Lehman. Taylor was 4 for 7 in the opener with 2 outs. They're 4 for 9 here in game 2 with 2 away. Lehman trying to make it 5 for 10. She gets plunked hard on the left leg. A fastball from Huth came in and clipped her right above the knee on the left thigh. And she pops back to her feet. As we've mentioned, Huth, the hardest thrower on the USF roster. But Lehman pops up, she'll jog to first, and there are 2 on here for Larkin with 2 away. We mentioned the bruises that Standridge is going to have after knocking different hard screamers at third base defensively tonight. Well, Lehman's going to have a heck of a bruise on that left leg here later tonight. So 2 on, 2 out for the DP, Kaylee Larkin. Larkin, the 2-time Crossroads League Player of the Week. And Huth trying to do her best to keep it away from the hot bat of Lehman. Ball in the first. A 1 for 3 evening for the sophomore Larkin. Taylor on top 4-3 with 2 here in the bottom of the 6th. Larkin hard hit toward the shortstop. Picking it up is McCord. She'll throw to first for the 3rd out. But Taylor 3 outs away after getting 2 in the bottom of the 6th. They lead 4-3. We head to the 7th inning next on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
First pitch pop up to the right side here by McCord. Tannehill tight ropes and makes the catch a couple of steps in front of the USF dugout. One pitch, one out in the seventh. Taylor 2 outs away from a doubleheader sweep and a series win over USF.
Is number 8, A.J. Gaff.
Pinch hitter here is A.J. Gaff, freshman from Woodburn, Indiana. She bats in place of Madison Minnick, with USF down 1, 4-3 here in the top of the seventh. Breaker on the inside part of the plate for a strike. Noah has surpassed the 100 pitch mark. Gaff pinch hitting with a .273 average. A strike on the pinch hitting Gaff. Noah leaves that one high, 1-1. 6 hits for Gaff on the year with a double and an RBI. She pinch hits out of the 9 spot for Madison Minnick, who was 1 for 1 with a single and a sac bunt. Third one from Noah. Backdoor breaking ball inside part of the plate, and she goes ahead 1-2 on a called strike. Only one extra base hit that Noah has allowed. That was the leadoff home run last inning to put USF up 3-2. 1-2 here. Another backdoor breaking ball near the shoe tops. Misses 2-2. Standridge needed just the first pitch in the bottom of the 6th to tie the game at 3. And Taylor would manufacture an RBI single with Rassetter with 2 away. 1 out, 2-2 count. Breaking it, strike 3. 4th one of the afternoon for Noah, and the Trojans are 1 out away from a series doubleheader sweep and a season series win as well. To the top of the order we go, and St. Francis's second baseman, the slapping Sam Baker. They trail 4-3 here in the 7th. Corner infielders play in. Baker looks at strike 1 down the middle. The slapper is struck out, laid down a sacrifice bunt, and got on via a fielder's choice. The second offering from Noah. Inside, high fly ball to right field. Coming underneath and making the catch is Agri, and the Trojans come back and win game 2 4-3 and secure the doubleheader sweep and the series win against USF here this season. We'll take a quick break and come back with the Ivanhoe's post-game show. That's next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. rethink your limits.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, Rob Sisson, and Adam Sieglin, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Back here on the Ivanhoe's postgame show as the Trojans win Game 2 in comeback fashion by a final of 4-3. They were victors in Game number 1 in 5, 10-2. Maddie Foy gets the Game 1 win. She moves to 9-6, taking the loss there in Game 1 for USF was Maddie Tompkins. She falls to 1-3. Mackenzie Noah picks up her 12th win of the year in Game 2. She goes the distance, 7 innings. She has 3 1-2-3 innings. For Mac, that is her 13th complete game of the year. Gave up the 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned. She struck out 4, walked none, as she dealt 108 pitches here this afternoon. Alexa Huth picks up the loss for St. Francis, coming in relief, giving up the final run. And Aaliyah Rastetter single with 2 outs in the 6th inning. The Trojans move to 25-17 on the year, 17-11 in the Crossroads League. By the way, this is the Ivanhoe's postgame show. St. Francis falls to 17-24, 10-18 in league action. Some batting notes from game number 2. Lehman goes 2 for 2 with 2 doubles, a run scored, a walk, and a hit by pitch. McCreary a solo home run to lead off the second. Standridge solo home run, first pitch in the 6th to tie the game at 3. Tannehill with an RBI single in the 3rd. And Kaylee Larkin today went 1 for 4 here in the nightcap. For St. Francis, an RBI single for Macy Dowd. Sac fly for Madison Miller. She finished her day 0 for 2. Danny Carr with a solo home run, also reached on an error. And that was it for the bulk of the hits today. Brooklyn McCord, by the way, the shortstop, she had a nice night at the plate, going 2 for 3 here in Game 2. So the line score for the nightcap, Taylor 4 runs on 10 hits, 1 error. They stranded 8. St. Francis 3 runs on 5 hits. They were clean today, no errors in games 1 or 2, and they left 4 on the bases. Runtime of Game 2, an hour and 40 minutes. Game 1, a quick-moving hour and 21 minutes. In the win, Taylor 25-17 overall, 17-11 in the Crossroads League. St. Francis falls to 17-24, 10-18 in league action. Trojans back at it here tomorrow, 12:30, the start time for Senior Day festivities. First pitch at 1 for the Taylor doubleheader coming up against Huntington. Special thanks to our on-site producer today, Hope Custer, for her fantastic work. The executive producer of the Trojan Sports Network is Seth Michael. My name is Rick Johnson. This has been the Ivanhoe's post-game show, and this has been coverage of Taylor softball here on the Trojan Sports Network. Again, we'll talk to you tomorrow, 1 o'clock first pitch, but 12:30 is when we'll start our coverage of Senior Day for the 3 Taylor seniors, Aaliyah Rastetter, Jersey Tannehill, and the student assistant coach, McKenna Ricker. That comes up tomorrow at 12:30 with first pitch against Huntington coming up at 1. Final scores today, game 1 in 5. Taylor wins 10-2 against St. Francis. Trojans use comeback effort late to win game 2 4-3. So we talk to you tomorrow. This has been a presentation of Taylor Softball on the Trojan Sports Network. Good night from Upland, Indiana.
The proceeding has been a presentation of the Trojan Sports Network.